everybody. And oh, you missed actually I completely forgot to close the door. Give me just 5 seconds. Here we go. Yeah, this stream's gonna be a little bit scuffed. Kind of only woke up like an hour ago. Yeah. Hey guys. Guess who went to bed extremely late this morning and completely overslept their planned stream? This guy. Yeah, I was supposed to have started the stream at around 12 p.m. and at least my local time, and now it's like 2 in the afternoon. 2 hours late. Just great. Just great. Anyway. Also, I don't know why I am looking like my eyes are extremely closed. They aren't. It's not like I have limited amount of lights, but it just feels like if I look over to the side, I can just like close my eyes a bit. I don't know why. Oh well. Let's see here. These are actually quickly thing. Basically turned off some audio stuff yesterday. There you go. Okay. So plan for today was that I want to just do some random quest lines that maybe just give like minor things, might have a little bit of interesting lore, like small stories or something. But one of those was one of the 2 quests that give you a veterinarian onion. And the reason I want to get that is because it's gonna allow me to help, or it's gonna help me basically level up my chocobo a bit more as I work more on that. Because you need them to basically like increase their max level. And in order to get basically one of the ones that we got was at the stables in Ishgard Friday, and the other one is available here in Tailfeathers, or Tailfeather, from that guy right there, Lupard. He basically starts a several step long quest chain that we need to do, that in the end is going to give us a veterinarian onion. It's also apparently going to give us some fruits that can help us color our chocobo, but I don't really care about that. At least not as much. I can maybe sell it on the market board, I don't know. But yeah, main goal at least for today's stream is just complete this quest, and then I have some other quest lines that I might do. Yeah, in terms of this length of the stream, it's gonna go to the usual time that I usually end the stream, so in around 4 hours. So it's gonna be a shorter stream today, but that's mainly due to my fault of waking up way too late. I think I went to bed at around like 5 or 6 in the morning because I ended up playing Final Fantasy with my friends, and we have a tendency of just like staying up way too late. Anyway, what we want to do is I want to be the hunter.
Well, if it isn't the famed Shauna everyone's been going on about. Word travels fast in a camp this small. Say, could you lend me your ear for a bit? Thanks for keeping this lonely hunter company. Enerode, since you're new round here, I thought you might want to know about this place and its denizens. You see, the hunters of Tailfeather make their way by catching the wild chocobos wandering round these forests and selling them to the renowned Ishgardian trainers. You might think us hunters have the easy end of the deal, but you'd change your mind quick enough the first time a dragon breathes down your neck. Add to that all the other hungry beasts looking for an easy meal, and you'd be right to doubt the sanity of this whole camp. That's why most hunters in the Dravanian Forelands are either them that re just trying to escape their pitiful lives back home, or them that re crazy enough to get enjoyment from risking their necks every day. Course, you can't forget those that re just here for a quick bucketful of gill, chasing the golden chocobo, so to speak. The promise of riches brings new blood from all over Eorzea. Ain't that right, Q-Yantat?
You got that right. I'm here to bag myself the biggest chocobo Eorzea's ever seen.
Thing is, chocobo hunting's generally done in pairs, and Q-Yanta here, having never trapped an animal herself, is in need of a partner. I know you've got some experience hunting all manner of beasts, so I'm asking you to help her out until I find someone suitable. I can't thank you enough, Shauna. Q-Yanta's got some ideas for her first hunt. Speak to her and she'll tell you all about them.
Okay. I should probably also increase the audio. Kind of forgot about that. 75.
Finally, a partner. Now we can be real hunters. Let's not keep those birds waiting. This hunt will be simple. All we have to do is lure a chocobo out with these Gisel greens. There's only one problem. Wild chocobos have a keen sense of smell, and won't come near a trap if they catch even a whiff of a hunter's scent. But fret not, for I have a plan. Just the other day I came across some mushrooms whose reek I can still smell. If we use them to hide our scent, those chocobos will be none the wiser. I'll take care of arranging the Gisel greens for the trap, and I need my partner, that's you, to go and pick that pungent fungus for me. It seems the hunters call the mushroom Chandler's Wick, and about 5 or so should do the trick. Just head out east of Tail Feather for a bit, and use your nose to guide you the rest of the way.
Okay. Just curious, what level is this? 52. Use that as an opportunity to level up my red mage a bit. And I'm still getting that fucking scratching noise. Okay, I will say, apparently there is a way to semi-fix it. The problem is just that you need to basically have like audio playing in the background. If that's happening, then apparently that fixes this problem, which is fucking weird. I don't see why that would necessarily help or anything. That's a red chocobo. So let's just fight one of them. Okay, let's see. Chandler's Wick. And the rest of them are down here. Nice. Okay, I'll find the answer. You might also notice that I have some new mounts. I basically went around and got all the Realmborn stripe mounts. So might as well that one because I just noticed it.
Say nothing, partner. Judging by your charming odor, you've already picked the mushrooms we need.
The biting aroma of this white narrow Mushroom cannot be described without using terms that would make it maiden blush. Ah.
Yes, Bizzer TH, my gods, the stench is even worse up close. Here, I'll put them in my bag before the whole camp retches. Alright partner, looks like I have the unenviable job of mixing these mushrooms with the Gisel greens. Say, why don't you tell Lookard what a good team we make?
What in the seven hells she have you do? She's gonna mask your scent with that? Can't say anything about how wise that plan is, but it sure is interesting. As I'm sure you've gathered from the tail and ears, Quyant has Amico Te, and Huntins in their blood. Could be this plan might actually work. Enerode, it seems you two are getting along better than I could have hoped. Keep on with her, and I'll keep a skin around for anyone lacking a partner.
Okay. Get some new of gear. Or just some cash. I guess cash in this case because I don't need any of this for the red mage.
Shauna, the whole camp's in a hubbub. Seems a lone chocobo's been sighted wandering around not too far south, waiting for a pair of hunters to come snatch it up. An easy target'll make the perfect first hunt for Quyant. Now, don't go thinking this bird'll just walk right into your traps. Quyant's still as green as they come. Go with her and lend a hand before she misses out on her first catch.
Okay, so I need to kind of try and keep track of which of these quests done, because some of these, there's a one point where like these quests split where I need to like do several quests before I can actually I don't know, unlock for them. Let's see here. Just gonna quickly try and figure out what it is that it branched again. Alright, there's a one point where, let's see. There's a one point where there's like some quests that split up. I need to just quickly try and figure out when that is. I think I found it. I just need to like figure out where these sort of both of those quest lines are. It's that one. And this one. That one. Okay. So I also need to possibly find a quest called Need Some More Salt. If that one is available. Oh, yep, it is. I need to do that quest as well in order to basically continue with the quest line at a later point, apparently.
Shauna, just the lass I was looking for. Slugs VE taken to infest in the surrounding woods, and I need your help getting rid of them. I've already got some people on the job, but the slimy buggers multiply faster than they can kill them. At the moment, we're short on hands in the south of the Chocobo Forest. Go there quick as you can, and use this here solution to lure the slugs out. I reckon you know what to do after that.
Yeah, I need to basically complete this quest and a quest that apparently starts after that in order to later progress this, because all of these quests are just like normal quests that at some points like link up where it needs like I've done 3 different quests in order to basically continue. Hell, might as well actually figure out something here. That was the wrong path I just took with some of these quests. Actually, no, it wasn't. Apparently the quest I was looking at isn't actually the last one, that quest line. Oh well. Yeah, talk to
You
her.
heard Loopard. What are you waiting for, partner? That Chocobo's not gonna catch itself. Ah, wait, before I forget. Aha. This is the special mixture I made out of those mushrooms and some gisel greens. Fragrant, aren't they? The Chocobo we're aiming to nab's been sighted to the south, which means plenty of hunters that think they're clever set up traps there. Lucky for us, though, I've thought one step ahead. You see, since so many hunters ve been down south, their scent will be as plain to the bird as this mushrooms is to us. Now if I was a Chocobo, I'd steer well clear of that place. I might even be inclined to take a slightly more dangerous route so as to not run into any hunters. Now, if my instincts re right, that Chocobo'll go right through Bandersnatch territory. That's why we gotta set up our traps to the north. Brilliant idea, ain't it? What's that? Don't tell me you're scared of the big bad Bandersnatches. Just tread lightly and we'll both come back with a new Chocobo. Here, let's divide up the greens and get to setting our traps. Once everything's set up, let's meet at the hunter's camp to the north. Good luck, part.
Okay. To go to the south though, might as well do that right away. And just take care of those slugs that I need to kill. Okay, other one. And what's the wrong spell I just cast? I'm supposed to cast these. That one's done. And the thing I actually learned is that the Amalja can apparently do this. It's one of those that has like a special action that you can do. It's pretty cool. Okay, we need to go quite a distance actually to get there.
What took you so long? I finished setting up my trap bells ago. So, are the gisel greens in their place? I knew I could count on my partner. I hope you didn't taste any, because I put a little something extra in my gisel greens, sleeping powder. Once that Chocobo falls for my trap it'll fall into a deep sleep. Genius. Did you hear that? Was that a chocobo cry? It was over in the direction of your trap. Let's go, partner.
Okay.
Can you believe it? It's a genuine bona fide drowsy chocobo. See, hunting's easy. My plan worked perfectly. I'll take the chocobo back to Tailfeather. Partner, could you go and tell Lupert that I'm a real hunter now?
Sure. I believe this is the XIV mount that you get. Or that you can buy, rather.
Took care of the slugs, did you? My thanks, friend. I shudder to think what might have happened had they gotten out of control. If the forest dies, the chocobos would stop coming here. Needless to say, that's bad news for us. By protecting the forest, we keep the birds happy, which in turn makes us happy. A mutually beneficial relationship, no? What? What's the solution made of, you ask? Well, the main ingredient's chocobo, actually, never mind. Some things are best left unknown. Wahaha.
I'm guessing it's either chocobo, pee, or poop. Most likely. Okay, let me see here. Needs more salt. Let's see, that unlocks 2 quests. One of which doesn't lead any further, but the other one is, I believe, the one that I need to deal with, so that should have unlocked a quest called Uninvited Guests from a hunter somewhere. I think Tailfeather Hunter is the one that's supposed to be giving this. Where are they located? 29 and 14. Uninvited guests, so it's that one that I need to do. But first.
How are you and that wily Miko Te faring? You don't say. Kyanta actually bagged a bird? I ain't never seen a hunter get a chocobo on their first outing. I guess what they say about Miko Te is true. Can't leave you, the unsung hero, without her bit of praise either. If things keep going this well, then we may not even need to find a partner.
And I'll just go with that. And is this better than what I currently have on? Nope.
Word of Kyanta's catch has been spreading around Tailfeather. Some say it's beginner's luck, but a few VE expressed interest in joining with her to see a Miko Te hunt for themselves. I've taken the liberty of finding one I think might make a good match. He's a fresh arrived hunter that goes by the name of Jaisal. I'm thinking we should have a little trial hunt to see if he and our budding prodigy get along.
Okay.
Course, I wouldn't be fool enough to let 2 greenhorns go out on a hunt unsupervised. That's why I need you to look after em. How about it? Are you keen to go out hunting with her again?
Sure.
With any luck, she'll be off having adventures on her own in no time at all. Enerode, I seen her leave the encampment just a couple of bells ago, off to the southeast. If you can find her, tell her to return to camp so we can get the introduction started.
Okay, but first I want to go and get that other quest. And so I need to complete that one in order to basically continue this stuff later. So, might as well.
Have you been upstream of the Wylam River yet? Used to be prime hunting grounds, that is, till the bears moved in. Used to be we would hide in the waterfalls basin and lie in wait till a chocobo came round for a drink. It was easy pickings, it was. But the bears are making it difficult. Someone needs to send them running so we can get back to hunting, and you look capable enough. Send 4 down to the bottom of the basin and I'll make it worth your while.
Okay, so just kill 4 bears, I guess. More.
I wager those bears regret getting in the way of our hunting now. All that's left is to restock on supplies and wait till it gets a little warmer and we can move back upstream.
Okay. So that's all I need to do, I believe. I think so. And I guess then it's just gonna continue first impressions.
Partner. What brings you all the way out here? Any chocobo sightings I should know about? You mean Leopard found me a real partner? I wonder what kind of bow they use? Well, best head back to Tailfeather to start my hunting career.
Okay. He kind of looks a little slouched over in a way.
Now that everyone's here, how about we all play nice and introduce ourselves? Jaisal's a shy bloke, why don't you try striking up the conversation? Well met. I'm Jaisal, like the Jaisal Green. I came to Tailfeather in hopes of making my fortune, but I didn't expect dragons and bandersnatches. But I don't plan on going home empty-handed. With Q-Yanta as my partner, we'll catch a chocobo that'll have those snobby-ish guardians groveling at our feet, right?
Just when I thought I'd found a partner. Say, Shauna, how about lending us a hand just one more time? I think someone might need it. That's what I wanted to hear. There might be hope for us after all. While some other hunters were cowering in their small clothes, I've scouted a few places that read just chock full of chocobos. I set up a few traps to the northwest of here. Scout out your respective areas and we'll meet back here to share our findings. Remember, A slow hunter is a poor hunter.
Okay. Hunt for chocobos at the designated locations. Okay. I guess it would maybe have been faster if I had gone down to her. Gone to this point and then I've done both of those quests that I've now done at the same time. Destination. There's the other one, and there as well. Back to Tail Feather and report to Bianca.
You're back. So, how many chocobos did we catch? My story's the same. Well, I guess a hunt can't succeed every time. Any road, where in the Seven Hells is Jysal? I reckon he saw some dragons and ran off. Well, it's not as if we can wait here till the next astral era. Besides, he didn't look the type who could defend himself, and the last thing I need is some rookie hunter's blood on my hands. Let's go look for him, Shauna, before a Bandersnatch gobbles him up. He should be just to the east of the encampment. Gods damn it, how hard is it to find a reliable hunter in a hunter's camp?
Okay. Go and check on Jysal. Chocobo hatchling. That's why.
Q-Yantak, look at this. It's a chocobo hatchling. I wonder where its mother is. Have you ever seen anything like it? Qui. Q-Yantak, your instincts were right. You really are a born hunter. Let's take this back to Tailfeather and show Lippert.
What? That's just a hatchling. We can't expect to make any gill with that. Leave it here.
But this one was separated from its mother. It's bound to starve or get eaten if we just leave it here. That's why I have to care for it until it grows as hale as Ishgard's mightiest steeds. I think hunting might not be in my nature. My mind is made up. I'll work in the stables while I raise this hatchling. And I have your hunting instincts to thank for helping me see my path, Q-Yantak.
Well, I've never been one to tell another how to live. I hope you're better at raising chocobos than you are at hunting them. Well, I guess it's time to get back to Tailfeather. Jysal, I'll go with you to make sure you don't fall prey to any beasts along the way.
Oh. So I guess we got a chocobo hatchling. Or I guess caught one. Okay.
Jysal's told me he wants to raise chocobos now. It's too bad hunting ain't his calling, but everyone here is free to make their own choices. Now about the hatchling he brought along. Generally, we don't allow hunters to take eggs or chicks, since if we did, pretty soon the forest'd be nothing but bandersnatches and dragons. but it looks like this one's lost its mother, and Jisal seems right adamant about raising it himself, so I think I can make an exception this time. Thank you, Lupert. Q-Yantak, Shauna, if not for you, my true calling would still be a mystery. Though short, I am grateful for our time together. Well, looks like Q-Yanta's gonna have to wait a bit longer for her partner. I'll keep a skin around.
Okay, the guild. Nice, level 55. The man who slew too much. That's the next quest in the line.
Ah, you're both here right in time. I've made the acquaintance of another hunter that's looking for a partner, and took the liberty of putting Q-Yanta's name forward. His name's Pottery Coin, and though he's only been here but a short while, he's built quite a reputation for himself. He should be over near the storehouse. Why don't you go ahead and make your acquaintances?
Finally, someone worth hunting with. Let's not waste any time.
Shauna, I couldn't say this to Q-Yantat, but something about this hunter has me feeling uneasy. Look after the two of them and make sure nothing goes amiss.
Okay.
What do you want? A partner? Ah. I remember that fool Lippert going on about something like that. So, you're the greenhorn he sent along?
No, over here. Q-Yent has the name, and I'll have you know I've already caught one chocobo, so I'm hardly new to this.
Lippert has some nerve, sending me an untrained child. Can you even knock that bow? Very well, prove yourself in the hunt and maybe I'll let you carry the chocobo back. Meet at the Northwest Camp. You do know where that is, yes?
Who does he think he is? I'm a hunter, not some craven child. We'll see who catches a chocobo.
Okay. So that Northwestern camp then. And where is he?
He sure talked big, but I don't see him anywhere. Humph, some hunter. If you spy any traces of him, let me know.
Okay, and he's all the way down here, what? Did he go to the wrong camp? Might as well just get some of these sightseeing locations when I find them. That chocobo might look a little bit dead, to be honest.
Oh, it's you. So you do her searching for her too? What's that? As you can see, I had good reason to delay my arrival. A hunter would keep his own mother waiting if he caught prey in his sights. I felled this chocobo with a single arrow. And what's more, there's a bountiful nest of eggs as well.
Oh, he's one of those kind of hunters.
Ha ha ha. With one arrow my fortune grows. You go tell that little girl this is what real hunting is. I'll take my catch back to Tailfeather, alone.
Not supposed to kill the fucking chocobos, dipshit. Supposed to catch the adult ones and bring them to Ishgard, essentially. Not the eggs. I guess that's why we were just told that, oh yeah, we usually don't take eggs. Or the, like, hatchlings. Because otherwise that might fuck up the ecosystem.
What? You found him? And he killed a chocobo? He even took the eggs? You don't mean to say he killed a brooding chocobo? Leopard will want to hear about this. I'll hurry back to Tailfeather.
Q-Yan Tahir's told me everything. It's a bloody mess of a story.
You killed a defenseless chocobo while she was caring for her eggs. You've no right to be among us hunters.
A child dares to lecture me on hunting? That bird was just sitting on eggs that were mine by rights. Lottery coin. I ain't got the words to express my disgust. I can't stop you from hunting how you like, but you'll no longer be welcome at Tailfeather. What? You're going to exile a hunter for hunting? Who gives a damn where a chocobo's laying its arse? All the hunters know the rules of the camp, and you ain't got the privilege to be excluded from them. Leave Tailfeather within the next bell or you're liable to be hunted yourself. You. What kind of piss-poor hunters are you? A golden chocobo'd be sitting on your lap and all you do is coddle it. I don't need the likes of you anyways.
Hey there, woke Meister. You don't show your face anymore. Yep. My day going well so far. Kind of. I mean, I kind of woke up a bit late. Was basically playing Final Fantasy 14 with with my friends last night, and I don't think we ended. I don't think we stopped playing until it was like, what was it, like 5-ish in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, which I also kind of did on like Friday, where I ended up going extremely late to bed Saturday morning, and today I just ended up like completely sleeping past my usual stream time by like an hour, so I ended up being like 2 hours late. Yeah, it was almost morning that I went to bed, and that's kind of a problem when I play with those two guys, because I have a tendency of just like continue playing like way past than what we should, especially if we have like a day off the next day, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, at least I just had some simple things that I want to do in today's stream, which is just do some simple quest lines that don't have as much story, but they're still interesting and might give some nice things. That's at least nice.
Apologies, Shauna, I should have known his sort the moment he came strutting into camp. Well, looks like we're back on the hunt for a partner. The third arrow always strikes true, as they say.
How's your day going, Wolfmeister? Let's see here. I guess I'll just go with the gill. And what about this one? That one is gonna be worse, so I might as well just get the gill for that quest as well. Let me just quickly check here. Budding partnership. Yep, that one just ends up going towards the next. I haven't hit the part where I need to like do the like those other two quests that I've done.
The past couple of hunters I've introduced Q-Yan Tattoo. It might be time to go about this partner business a different way. It might be best to introduce her to someone what knows their way round a chocobo trap. Just so happens, I know a seasoned hunter by the name of Hud that's looking for a partner. You should be able to find him in the north part of camp. Seek him out and make your acquaintances.
A seasoned hunter? So he won't weigh me down like the others? This might be the start of a profitable relationship.
Shauna, I'm gonna need you to look after Kyanta again. Hud's known to be a dependable hunter, but one can never be too careful.
Okay. So go and see him.
The child's guard dog comes nipping at her heels. I'll tell you what I told her, I've been hunting since before you were but a whelp at your mum's teats. I've got no inkling what Lupert told you, but I've got no patience to be holding some child's hand. Tell Lupert he'd best not waste my time again when there's hunting to be done.
Does every hunter in this camp have a stick up their arse? He barely let me get a word in. But he's exactly the kind of partner I need. If I'm gonna learn hunting, who better to teach me than him? There has to be a way to convince him. We just need to put our heads together. Aha. Even a hardened hunter like him has to have a soft spot. He can't be that joyless every second of the day. He's been in this camp for a while, right? Someone is like to know him well. Might be they know how we could get him to warm up to me. Come on, Shauna, let's ask around and see if we can't find out more about my future partner.
Okay, so speak with the people.
Hud ain't exactly the type to warm up to people. He certainly hasn't warmed up to me.
Okay.
Can't say I know much about Hud outside of hunting. Well, come to think of it, I often see him carrying around flowers. They're always the same, Dravanian lilies if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I'm guessing we have to go and get some Dravanian lilies then. Is it... guy?
You wanna know about Hud? Well, seems there's some ruins he visits often, but I've got no notion what for.
I'm guessing he probably goes to those ruins because it's like the grave of some people important to him.
So, what did the other hunters have to say about Hud? Dravanian lilies? I just knew we'd find his weakness if we dug deep enough. Although, I would have never guessed it'd be flowers. When I present him with a lovely Dravanian lily, he's sure to open up to me. I've heard tell of the lilies growing near the northeast camp. Just wait, Hud, you'll be my partner yet.
Okay. Off to meet her again up there at that camp. Ah, they are.
Look, Shauna, a Dravanian lily. I would pick it myself, but you see, I'm like to forget my own strength and crush it. So that's why you need to pick the lily for me, and for Hud. Be careful.
Okay.
Oh my, I've never seen such a delicate touch. You'd make quite the gatherer. Well, let's see it.
Though rarely seen anymore, the mention of the lilies is common in tomes from the early 6th astral era, as well as children's fairy tales, suggesting the flowers once grew across Coethus. Okay.
Ah. Now I can see why even a hunter like Hud would be partial to this flower. Shauna, accompany me to Tailfeather and we'll finally be done with this partner business.
Okay. I'm guessing we might figure out why it is he gathers those flowers, but considering that he goes to some ruins, I'm assuming that might be with those flowers in order to basically place them at like some, I don't know, gravesite for some people. They probably cared about, like maybe it's his former partner, maybe it's some family member, like his old lover or something, or maybe it's like just some friends, who knows.
Hud, I brought this for you.
Aren't you that BR? What's this? A Dravanian lily? You think you can win me over with a flower? What in the seven hells were you thinking? I can pick as many of these damned lilies as I please, on my own. It doesn't matter what you do, you ain't fit to be my partner. I seen a hunter coddling a hatchling none too long ago, I reckon he'd be more befitting.
What a stubborn old fool, flowers usually never fail. I'll just have to think of some other way.
I guess we go to the ruins. Persistence makes perfect.
I can't give up on Hud yet. He needs to be my partner. We can't give up. We need to find him. Shauna, come with me and we can cover more ground. Don't get lost in the woods. I saw him head off to the northeast. Hurry before we lose his trail.
Okay, and it's back up to the same camp we just were at. God damn it. And it's right back to the police.
I could have sworn there were more lilies here before. You think Hud might have picked them? Let's keep moving.
We probably are gonna end up seeing him at those ruins that were mentioned, where he is likely gonna place them or something. At least that's what I'm gonna go ahead and assume.
It's a petal from a Dravanian lily. We're getting close, I can sense it. Come on, Shauna.
Okay, over to that next camp.
Shauna, look. The fire's still smoking. He's not far now.
And there are the ruins.
It's a Dravanian lily. But why would he leave it here?
As he shows up.
You. What in the seven hells are you doing here?
Hud. Well, I really wanted to be your partner, so I may have stalked you.
You managed to track me here despite my efforts to hide my tracks, an impressive feat nonetheless. As I said before, you'd best give up your childish hopes. We will never hunt together.
If you won't be my partner, at least tell me why.
Very well, I suppose you deserve that much. My last partner died in this very spot. It was a hunt routine as any other, and I looked away but for a second. I can't bear a loss such as that again. My next partner can't be someone who'll die on me. But you're still half a child.
Well, half a child or no, dying ain't anywhere on my list of things to do. The forest is vast, and I mean to learn every ILM of it. and I want to learn from you.
Is there something stuck twixt your... The conviction in your eyes is plain to see, I admit. Looper didn't say you'd be so damn stubborn. Conviction alone won't keep you alive in the wilds. A child like you won't last long, unless you're under my protection. I'll have you know, being my partner will take everything you've got. Be ready to hunt at first light tomorrow.
What? You mean?
Don't make me repeat myself. We'll return to Tailfeather at once. Watch out for bandersnatches on our way back.
Nice. And I'm just gonna teleport. It's a bit too long of a distance to fly. At least it's longer than I feel like flying.
Shauna, any luck getting through to HUD? That's about as good an outcome as I could have hoped for. Looks like Quyant has got a bright future ahead of her, and perhaps HUD will be able to move on from his tragedy. Ever since his partner died, he's done nothing but wallow in misery. It would have been a right shame if a hunter with his talent wasn't out there catching chocobos. I dare say that HUD's hard-headedness and Quyant's hunting instincts will make the perfect match. I look forward to seeing their partnership blossom.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, so the next part of this quest line is getting a leg trap up. And that has 2 quests that are required, those being Persistence Makes Perfect and What Merclon Saw. And I need to figure out what to do. Let's see. Done uninvited guests. The next quest in that line is basically the one that I need to do, and I get that from someone. That guy. This alarm. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I need to do this quest. It's better than what I currently have. Nope. It is not.
There's no way in the 7 hells that what I seen was right. You see, last night, I was taking a stroll after a few pints, and stumbled on some ominous looking ruins. Course ruins are pretty common round here, but what I saw ain't dragons. That's right, dragons. 2 of them, with great big wings and fire in their eyes. I ran straight home at the sight of them. My memory's a bit hazy, but if it really was dragons I seen, we could all be in danger. I can't very well go back there by myself, but, well.
You don't have a flute emote for Twitch chat. Ah.
I almost hate to ask, but do you think you could traipse on over to the ruins for me? I'll mark down the area I was wandering around in on your map.
Yeah, welcome to Alarm. We are currently just doing some random quests in order to get the Ethibnerian Onion. Because apparently there's a long quest line you can do in order to get one of those. And that's basically gonna like make it so that you need to get 2 less of them somehow. How is Final Fantasy 14 treating me? It's usual stuff. I still have the weird audio glitch thing. But I've just kind of learned to live with it, to be honest, at this point. And how am I? I mean, apart from the fact that I completely overslept the start of the stream, so far my day has been decent, although I've only been awake for like, what is that, 2 hours at this point. Basically went to bed at like, I think it was like 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Because I ended up playing Final Fantasy with 2 of my friends from like my old school. And let's just say we have a tendency of playing really fucking late for no reason when we have nothing to do the next day, like when we don't have school or work or anything. And yeah, they were basically like, both of them were doing the Heaven's Ward patch quests. One of them managed to finish up everything and are now at the same point where I am. Like, their next quest is Beyond the Great Wall. They might even have continued past that one, I have no idea. And the other one is around... I think they've just done the Safal Toll, or whatever that dungeon is pronounced. Safal Toll. So they have just finished up Litany of Peace. So I think they had around, I think it's like 17 or 18 quests left. And then they're done. But yeah, we basically just played a bunch of stuff, or they basically just kind of went through the different quests. I got them to help me a little bit with some stuff, which also was to the benefit of one of the others. Basically, essentially, in terms of like people that show up in chat, the 2 people that I played with was Chunchin Maru and a person called Kronborg. And yeah, Chunchin basically had basically gotten at one point to the part where they have to go and defeat Titan hard. And I basically was like, hey, instead of you sitting in the queue for like a long ass time and have to like do that fight normally, how about I just hop on my blue mage and Kronborg can like put on some sort of like whatever sort of what's that called, class that he wanted to play. Basically chose what's that called again, Bard, since that is his highest level one. And then we just went in, kicked Titan's ass. We didn't even need to heal or anything. And then yeah, Jinjin got the kill, and I basically just did it to try and see if I could get another blue mage spell, because I kind of went ahead and got some more blue mage spells yesterday. I think I got Aqua Breath and Snort. I got a few more extra ones. I also got the Magic Hammer, which I'm happy with. That's a nice one. And I got Devour, which I needed some help with, because that... Basically, Devour is kind of an annoying spell, because if the enemy uses Devour, that basically makes it so that I... Like, if it uses Devour on me, I can't attack anymore. And it will most likely kill me. So I need some help in the lost city of Amtapor, which Kronborg helped me with. And I also got the Condensed Libra, which is a spell that I don't understand how the hell to use, because it is weird as hell. It's basically like, you cast the spell, then one of 3 debuffs appears on an enemy. I don't think there's any way of like specifying which one it is that they get, and it basically either increases the physical damage taken, or the damage taken from fire, water, or fire, wind, and lightning aspected attacks, or from water, earth, and ice. There's no way to choose which one it is, apparently, and you can only have that debuff on one target, or you can only have that debuff once on a specific target. So it's kind of like a weird spell, and I don't understand it. Yeah. Currently we're just trying to help a Kode, essentially. with some
You see
training
two dragon
stuff.
statues. The craftsmanship of each is exquisite. It is easy to see how one might confuse them with the real thing.
We're basically just doing a bunch of quests in order to try and it's actually a complete quest line, but the quest line is kind of weird because like you need to do some extra quests on the side in order to basically unlock it. For example, this one that I'm currently doing, I need to do is basically like 3 quests. One of them you get from the guy in there, like the leader of this place, I guess you can call him. We need to go and kill some slugs, then you need to go up to the camp that's up here, kill some bears, and then do this quest.
You're back. Did you see the dragons? Statues, you say? Ugh, maybe I should go easier on the ale. They say those ruins up north were built by heretics. Even just going near them might have people doubting your allegiances. Well, since there's no real dragons, I guess there ain't nothing to worry about. Now that I know what sort of place it is, I'll be sure to give it a wide berth.
Let's just go with this one. Yeah, I need to complete this one in order to allow the next one, which is getting a leg trap up, or that's up here. But that is kind of weird because like all the other quests are basically gotten from this guy essentially, Upard. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing to basically figure out what quest to do. Yes. Wait, that's not. Wait, is it behind this place? Oh, it's back here. I think. Vervox, I think. Yep. And we get some of these, or the choice between some of these things. They're basically used to color your chocobo. I think I mentioned those, like, maybe it was Friday. But basically you can, like, give your chocobo some of these, or feed them to it. And depending on how many you feed to it, the different colors, it'll basically change your chocobo's color to a specific color. And there's basically like websites that help you figure out how many of each you need to feed them in order to get a specific color. So yeah.
That's the adventurer I've been hearing about. Thank the 12. Might be you could help me out with a little problem I've got. You see, there are beasts that restocking our quarry we like to affectionately call chocobo leg traps. Some from my group have already been dispatched to the southeast to rid the area of them, and I've been tasked with killing the ones near the southeastern camp. But I've got to thinking, and that kind of work doesn't seem like something a chocobo hunter should be doing, right? I don't mind following orders, but I didn't come here to get rid of pests. But you, on the other hand, well, killing things is an adventurer's specialty, ain't it? Go and get rid of a few of the leg traps for me, and it might be I'll make it worth your while. I knew you wouldn't say no to a fair bit of coin. Just go southeast of here, and make sure your greaves are in good shape.
You named your chocobo Philadelphia, and then you never did anything with it. Ah. Just remember that if you color yours, coloring Philadelphia. I guess so. Can I actually? I can desynth this. Nice. I can't really show anything regarding my chocobo because it's currently in the stables, but yeah. It is kind of fun to basically mess around with chocobo stuff because you can even get the, like if you level up your chocobo, and you basically like put points into any of the skill trees. If you max out a skill tree, you basically get a new barding set for it. So if you, for example, go and get every single point that you can in for like the tank skill tree, you get a what's that called again? You get a paladin looking set. If you do it for healer, you get a white mage, and I believe it is a. Actually, not entirely sure. I feel like it's black mage, but I don't think it might actually be black mage. If you go DPS, it might be some other class. I honestly can't remember. Actually, I think it might be a Dragoon, now that I think about it. But yeah, essentially, like, you only focus on one trait, for example, and you get it to level 10. That's when you get the first outfit, essentially. Then if you get it to level 15, you can basically get the next outfit if you only focus on one tree, and then level 20 you get the last one. That's also the max level of a chocobo. Didn't actually expect these enemies to be this high level. I'm still able to defeat them. And turn to the guy that gave me the quest. Yeah, in terms of like my chocobo, like called Artorias, I basically gone ahead and just I went with essentially royal blue as the color, since I thought, hey, that kind of looked like his. Like Artorias' primary color scheme, like a dark blue color in Dark Souls.
Adventurer, I trust the leg traps were no match for the likes of you. Thank heavens I didn't have to take care of that dreadful business. Well, my chief will want to hear that the deed's been done. Oh, your reward? You'll receive it after I return. Worry not, I'm a hunter of my word. Wonder if I'll get a promotion.
Okay. Over this way.
Chief, I've taken care of the chocobo leg traps at your behest. Although they put up a fierce fight, they were no match for my bow. Oh, it's you, adventurer. I said I'd reward you, just wait while I give my report. What in the bloody hells do you just say about a reward? No, I said, I hope I don't bore you, not anything about a reward. Haha, spending all that time amongst chocobo cries might have made you a bit deaf. Enerode, you took care of that job a mite quicker than I expected. Good thing, though, here's your next assignments. This isn't hunting. What are we doing out here if we aren't going after a single chocobo? If ya got time to whinge, ya got time to do these jobs. There's 3 jobs air need doin', and since ya finished off those leg traps so quick, I don't reckon these'll prove too difficult. I understood.
So this is where we have like 3 quests we need to do. Oh, I just noticed that these quests are for level 57. Can't do them on my red mage. Or on my samurai. Well. Guess it is gonna be ninja then.
This is a bloody farce. More boring jobs to do, and we haven't even caught a single chocobo. Oh, right, your reward. I suppose you deserve it. I hope you enjoyed yourself more than I'm like to with these meddlesome tasks. Now, what's on this list the chief gave me?
I have no idea which one of these is actually more valuable, because I'm probably just gonna sell them on the market board, so let's just go with the pair, I guess. Okay, so this unlocks pest control, a step in the right direction, and garbage duty. Need to do all 3 of these quests in order to unlock the quest A Hunter's True Nature, which is the one that I kind of want to basically get to and complete, because that's the one that gives me a Thepnarian onion. But after that, I'm guessing I might as well also go and do the last quest in this quest line. So here we get Magitect stable brooms. Those are pretty nice, because they basically clean up a chocobo stable. So that you can basically, what is that called? They basically get more XP if you have chocobos in them and you feed them. Or train them rather. Basically get more XP if the stables are clean.
There's still work to be done. Well, what's next? Inconsiderate hunters are littering the area near the northeastern camp with their trash. Pick it up. Trash duty? That's not what I came to this camp for. I'm a hunter, not some simple scullion. Well, once again, you look like you aren't doing anything. How'd you like to help beautify the forest? Thank the gods, I had just washed my hunter's garb. Well, the notice says the trash is near the northeast camp. Ask Aimbert what he knows of this crisis.
Okay, might as well grab the rest of these. Also, is it just me, or does that kind of look like a smiley face of sorts on his sleeve? Like 2 eyes and then a mouth. Okay, pest control, that gives us some more of these.
I suppose I should at least look at the chief's requests. Which job should I do? Some unseemly beasts have been sighted near the camp to the east. Slay them before any chocobos, or chocobo hunters, come to harm. Gods damn it, he means to make me slaughter more mindless brutes? How are we supposed to make a living if we're not out hunting? Say, this type of job might befit a certain adventurer I know. How does a jaunt into the forest for some monster killing sound? Of course, more gil awaits you upon completion. Splendid. As you likely already know, a hunter's camp lies to the east of here. Ask Gweneret for any information about the beasts terrorizing the chocobos.
Okay, and a step in the right direction. Hand lemon, that just restores the original color to your chocobo, apparently.
Let's see here. What other mundane tasks did Obentia have in mind? Some unscrupulous hunters have set up iron leg traps near the camp to the north. Get rid of them before any chocobos fall victim to the traps. He expects a hunter to be doing a job like this? Especially when there are so many adventurers around. Wait a minute, you're the most famous adventurer in Tailfeather. This shouldn't be too difficult a task for you, and there's still some coin left for a reward. How about lending your aid again? Marvelous.
He's
Well,
really lazy.
as the note said, there's a camp north of here. Might be some hunters around that could offer you advice about these traps.
Alright. Guess we'll go in that order and then return. Yeah, I think this is probably just some quests that are pretty good actually if you want to do any sort of chocobo related stuff. Since it just, I don't know, allows you to get some two things for it.
You're looking for the iron leg traps? As a matter of fact, I was just about to get rid of them myself, but then Obentia comes along, saying something about how he'll send his apprentice to do it. I take it that's you.
Maybe lazy, but at least you make sure business only affects yourself. Yep. Like, if you have to be lazy, then it should only be you that basically get affected by it. Whereas this guy, he's just kind of like, I don't want to do trash duty. I don't want to kill these things. I don't want to deal with the traps. How about I get someone else to do it, even though I'm the one who's supposed to do it? Like, dude, don't do that.
He seemed bloody insistent on keeping me from doing me job. They would have been gone days ago if not for him butting his nose in me business. But I've had enough of waiting. If ya want to go get rid of the traps, then you're welcome to. Yes, see, without their legs a chocobo's not much use to anyone, which is why traps o' that sort re forbidden amongst the hunters o' tail feather. Most like the traps were set up by some rogue group of hunters. Ain't no use trying to impose our rules or regulations on those sorts. Anyroad, I seen 3 traps set up round the area. Mind you, I've no doubt those bastards what set up the traps could be skulking nearby, so make sure to bring a weapon.
Okay. Roving traps. I'm assuming that one of these is most likely going to trigger a fight, considering what he said. Guessing it's just going to be the last trap. That's that quest done. Nice. Hey there, Peter. Welcome to the stream. Slightly delayed stream compared to when I usually would stream Sundays, but that's because I kind of overslept by like an hour. And then I had to basically get ready, and that took like another hour, so 2 hours late with the stream.
You want to know about the
yeah.
garbage? Well, with all the hunters coming through, it's bound to get dirty round here. I was planning on cleaning up just the other day, but Obentia stopped me, said to keep it there till he sent someone along.
Yeah, we are currently doing some quests in order to try and get a specific onion that I need to, in order to basically train my chocobo so I can get to high levels. And those onions are kind of a pain to get sometimes, because either you need to do a lot of crossbreeding with plants in a, what is that called again, a garden, or you have to buy them from people on the marketplace or on the market board, and they can get expensive, like around 400,000 I think they're. What's the price right now? Yep, chocobos. Essentially in the game, once you hit level 30, I believe it is, you can do a quest where you can start summoning your chocobo as a combat companion. And your chocobo can basically get XP as you fight. You have a light pink one. Ooh, nice. Mine is currently royal blue, I think it's called. I think the color is called, because I basically call it Artorias based on what's it called? Artorias from Dark Souls, and his main color is like blue, so I think I just kind of went with that.
Of course, most of the garbage comes from those bloody outlaws. All they care about is catchin' chocobos, beauty of nature and all that be damned. Been seeing the leftovers of their hunts strewn about more often lately.
Where's KFC? Okay. Yeah, these quests are basically like, first we helped out a Mikode, essentially. Find a hunting partner, and now we're basically like helping some other hunter who's kind of getting tasked from his, I don't know, boss. And he's like the guy we're helping who's Herviox, or Hervix, I think his name is pronounced. He's kind of lazy and it's kind of like, I don't feel like going and fighting these enemies or picking up trash or removing iron traps, things like that. So he's basically sending us to do it instead.
Say, if you see a hunter what looks like he ain't from Tailfeather, give them a shout and make sure they ain't breaking any rules. And if they draw their blades before they open their mouths, well, you know what to do. What's that? Ah, yes, the garbage. Well, might as well pick that up while you're at it. Best of luck to you, adventurer.
Okay, wait. Let's go north of here. Speak with the outlaw and slay any enemies that attack. Okay. That is a lot of bottles.
You're that adventurer from Tailfeather. We're done following their rules, we hunt how we like. Come on, boys, looks like we got some new bait for our traps.
But yeah, I can actually use the new Baba Chakra that I have. Something. What the Okay, that was some serious lag right there. What the fuck? I thought the audio just like completely glitched out or something. But I guess server lag, probably. That was weird. Really weird. It felt like it looked like the damage went out, but like the effect and sound and everything was like delayed, like what, 2-3 seconds or something.
Stop. We surrender. You won't be seeing us round this forest no more, just let us. What? Yeah, mean to say you just want us to pick up our garbage? Yes ma'am. We'll get right on it. Our apologies for the, mess.
Okay, that's another quest done. And then we just need to head down to that east camp, I think it was called. And I think that was just like, go kill some enemies.
You're here looking for those maddening beasts too? Ain't never seen a thing like them in these woods. Seems they're lurking about to the north of here. I had a mind to take care of them myself, but Obentia was awful insistent that I stay put, said he'd be sending someone over to do it. I reckon that's you. Well, as long as it gets done one way or the other, I suppose I've no right to complain.
Okay, north of here. So, what are these monsters exactly? might planes. We are not done. I think something glitched out a little bit there because I think I basically summoned my mount. But I did it. My mount was basically summoned just as the combat started, so I guess got on my mount, but then this combat started, so I didn't actually get on my mount, but the server kind of saw it as me being on the mount because I couldn't do any damage for like, or do any attacks for like a few seconds there.
Oh, adventurer. How fares the garbage collection? Oomph, so it really was garbage Obentia meant for me to pick up. I thought maybe that was code for the bait used to lure Chocobus. What's the chief thinking, pushing all these useless jobs on me? I'm here to learn hunting, not be some bloody errand boy. Enerode, I'm sure the forests are might more beautiful thanks to our efforts. We make a good team.
Some brooms. Nice. I can
You're
probably.
back quicker than I expected. Now, tell me all about your exciting hunt.
I think I can maybe just throw those brooms in the FC chest, I'm thinking. I'm probably not gonna use them.
Dyramites, you say? Thank heavens for you, adventurer, as I have a terrible phobia of anything with more than 4 legs. But, if what Gweneret said was true, why would the chief put such dangerous work on my shoulders? I could have been injured, or worse. I suppose it's best not to dwell on such matters for now. Once again, you have proven your excellence at killing. Your reward is well deserved.
Let's see. That one lightens blue hues. That one lightens green hues, and that one deepens blue hues. Let's go with that one.
Ah, so you're done with those troublesome traps? I never doubted you for a second. What? A renegade hunter attacked you? To think that Obentia wanted me to do such hazardous work. I could have been. What would he do? What would this whole camp do, if my beautiful face were to suffer injury? My thanks for sparing us all such a terrible fate, adventurer.
Okay, a hunter's true nature, and there's the onion that I need.
Well, looks like I finally completed the tasks on this list. What in the 7 hells was the point of it all? To think I ever respected Obentia. His mind is on the menial and routine, not hunting. I'll no longer be his bloody lackey. He's about to get a piece of my mind.
Okay, let's wait with Obentia.
Those, goddamned. Chief. I finished your bloody errands, and I've got something to say. I ain't got time to listen to your prattlin'. A band o' outlaws have been sighted just northwest o' here. Now's our chance to be rid o' them afore they vanish into the woods. Outlaws. And you mean to go after them? But I've not spoken. God's damn it, there he goes, storming off without listening to a word I have to say. Well, I'll not be ignored so easily. Come on, adventurer, and be on your guard, there's outlaws about.
Okay. Off to deal with those. Ah, it's in the area, in an area that overlaps with a fate, apparently. This time higher level than the fate, so I shouldn't be troubled by the enemies there, thankfully.
Adventurer, you have my thanks. I saw the bandit steal upon me, but I've never been in a fight before. You see, I'm a hunter. Well, we shouldn't have far to go from here. Follow me, and keep your weapon at the ready.
Okay. Okay, there they are.
Ah, you're here. The goddamn cowards ran off before we could give them a proper punishment. Chief, I've never seen you so livid. What makes these hunters different from us, for you to despise them so? It seems they've been doing more hunting than we have lately. Are ya daft, boy? These outlaws hunt how they like, and spit on our rules. Rules that re there for a reason. What do you reckon'll happen if we let em keep hunting without consequence? Do ya think chocobos just appear out of thin air? The chocobos will. They'll go extinct. By the 12. Then what'll we hunt? What a surprise, ya figured it out all on your own. We lot are chocobo hunters, and we can't very well hunt something that's not there, can we? Now, hunting's not just about talking what ya want and selling it for gil. The forest's got a natural balance, one that us hunters gotta maintain, even if it means doing the jobs that'll get that pretty coat dirty. If ya can't get that through your head, then you're no better than the outlaws. So that's why. Chief, I had no idea. It all makes sense now. So all those errands were meant to make me understand. If I had but known, I wouldn't have asked this adventurer to help me with everything. What? Ya mean to say ya didn't actually do any of your work? I mean, she did. I mean I did. Not in the ass.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay, and this is gonna be the last one in that quest line. Smells like team spirit.
Gods damn it, Herb Wyatt, ya can't even do your own work? What am I gonna do with, what's that? Sounded like a scream. It came from the northeast, it better not be the bloody outlaws again. Chief. Adventurer, we have to follow him. With me.
He's gonna detonate an onion, so I can use that. Or, oh. Buddy. And, Yanza
Shauna,
as well.
it's you. Hut's hurt. Please help him.
And that's in the same spot that Hut's, buddy's, old partner died.
I'll be fine, Q-Yantak. It's nothing. That bastard Buttery Coin loosed an arrow at Q-Yantak. A heartbeat later, and she would've... Ugh.
Buttery Coin. It's also involved in this now.
Hud, I'll help ya get back to Tailfeather. That wound needs looking at. Looks like there might be some trouble ahead. Adventurer, come on, let's meet with the others at Tailfeather.
Okay, back to Tailfeather. Like, I already have the reward that I want, but I'm just thinking, might as well just finish up the story.
Lippert and Q-Yantavi been telling me about this Buttery Coin. So he's the bastard what got exiled from Tailfeather a while back. Gods know why he's come back now. I knew just letting him walk away was a bad decision. The blame is mine. Q-Yantak.
Oh, is that Jysal? How the stable's been treating? What's wrong? You look like a Bandersnatch just ate your hatchling.
Well, that's not too far from the truth. I came to Tailfeather to show you how much my chocobo had grown. But, not far from here a man in all black accosted me. He took my chocobo, and said he said he'd roast it whole. Before he left, he said he had a message for you, Q-Yantat, and Lupert. He said he'd be waiting at the northwest camp, and he'd get his revenge.
Boroquin. It's him. I'll string him up myself. Jisal, we'll get your chocobo back.
Wait. You're just walking into his trap. Curses. We have to help her. Bleedin' idiots. They've got heart, but it's like to get em killed. Lupert, stay with Jisal, I ain't letting no greenhorns die on my watch.
Okay.
Bloody hells. Looks like I got no choice but to leave this to Obentia. Just the three of them, though. Shauna, they're gonna need your help. Go after them and make sure they don't come to harm.
Okay.
We walked right into that bastard's trap. He was waiting for us, and his arrow got me right in the... Gods damn it, they're still here. Herb Wyatt, Q-Yantat, leave here.
Shauna, protect Obentia. We're going after Borocoin.
Okay. That, that. Ah, there we go.
Those two are too green to be dealing with the likes of Borocoin. They should have gone back to Tailfeather. Follow M and make sure they don't get Emzulfs killed.
Okay. So go and search for him up at the northwest camp. Looks like they captured him.
Cut these goddamned ropes. I won't be bested by a couple of meddling kids.
Where's Jisal's chocobo?
Haha. You mean that plump, meaty hatchling? I'm as good as my word, I roasted it up with a side of popotos. You disapprove, do you? Well, you have no right? In case you've forgotten, you're chocobo hunters. Like me, you prey on the dumb birds. To us, chocobos are nothing but a means to survive, don't even think to deny it. Admit it? You didn't drive me out of Tailfeather because you cared about the birds. You just couldn't bear the thought of a hunter making more coin than you.
Jisal. Your hatchling won't have died in vain.
What the hells are you? I was right, you're no better than me.
That's where you're wrong, Borocoin. To you, this chocobo is nothing but prey to be consumed. But hunters must be thankful towards their quarry, for it is only by their sacrifices that we are able to live. Each and every one of these sacrifices demands respect. We hunt not for sport, much less to inflict pain on others. That's what separates us from the likes of you. You kill without scruple, without respect, and without conscience. You're nothing but a blight on this delicate landscape, and threaten to destroy its balance.
The chief says to always respect the animals we hunt, because they provide us our livelihood. Do you not see this?
Jisal. He needs to know what happened to his pet. I'll go and tell him.
And I'll take this scum back to camp.
And that leaves one last thing. Shauna, go tell Lupert what happened here while we finish with our duties.
Okay. And I guess that's the end of that quest. And that took what? An hour and 50 minutes-ish. Maybe I've been done a little bit faster if I had used Ninja the entire time, but...
Well, looks like this sorted episode's behind us, thanks to the three of you. What's gonna happen to Battery Coin, you ask? Let's just say he probably won't be able to bend the bow no more. Not that that's gonna bring Jaisal's hatchling back. Why, I ain't never seen a man wither so fast as when he heard the news. But eventually he pulled himself together and returned home, more determined than ever to take care of his other birds. Good intent don't keep a man fed. Us hunters know this better than most. It's a truth best learned sooner than later. So long as the two young UNS keep what happened today close to their hearts, they'll go on to make fine hunters. Well, it's about time we set off into the forest once more. Adventurer, you have my thanks for looking after my fool of a partner. Let's hope he remembers everything he learned while he was with Yet. I've spent enough time nursing my wounds, and the hunt awaits me and Q Yan Tak. Can't keep my eyes off her for too long, who knows what she'll get up to.
Hey.
Well, Shauna, looks like those two hunting duos got bright futures ahead of them, thanks to your help. You'll always be welcome in this camp.
Nice. Okay, then it's time to figure out what to do next, because I need to figure out what the next thing I want to do is gonna be. And I think I have an idea. The thing is just I need to quickly remember what the hell that questline was called. I think it's this quest line. Yeah. Wait. It's basically a quest line that contains 5 quests that is called the Tales of the Dragon Song War. And from what I understand, that is one that we probably want to do because it apparently revolves around a certain character that has played a decently big part of the story, I would say, especially the later parts of Realm Reborn, and I would say probably halfway through Heaven's Ward. Let's see, up to Fulton Manor. Just need to find the, what's it called again? House Fulton's manservant. And I am guessing they are like the inside. So it's this guy. Paths we walk. Yep, it's that one.
'Twas bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think that was where it all began. How much has changed since that day? Forgive me. Of late, I have been studying the works of Abelion Poet King, who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say this to you, Mistress Majula, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side a humble manservant, who awaited the coming of 3 travelers.
Okay, so essentially this quest is not available until you have done Litany of Peace, which is... where is that located? That is like more or less through the halfway through the patch quests of Heaven's Ward. I think it's like shortly after you defeat the what's his name again? Nidhogg in the what is that trial called again? I think it's shortly after you've done. Is that Steps of Faith? Final Steps of Faith. Once you've done this one, it's like, I don't know, 2 or 3 quests after that. So, let's go and see someone at the Jewel Crosier. It's her. I'm seeing we're basically going to be going around to a bunch of characters that we have interacted with throughout the Heaven's Ward story.
A warm welcome to you, Mistress Majula. To what do I owe the pleasure? Retracing your steps from those first days in Ishgard? I see. Well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I am reminded how much I owe to you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now, goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets. And that, my friend, is change we can all appreciate.
Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of a count. Thus, when the wards of House Fordhams arrived, she was only too happy to make their acquaintance.
Okay, we need to go to the Forgotten Night. There. I'm not missing, we're basically going to be going around to a lot of different places, including Ulda. It's basically Old Cornball. The guy that I've played with yesterday, he basically did this entire quest line. He accidentally like accepted it apparently, and then I basically mentioned that, oh yeah, this is a quest line, 5 quests ish, and apparently you can emote and an achievement at the end of it. And despite the fact that he basically skips every single quest line or every single piece of dialogue, more or less, and all the cutscenes, for the most part at least, he still decides to do it despite the fact that this is just a completely, purely, like, story-related quest. That's the only reason you would really do it, I think, apart from the, I guess, achievement and emote.
What'll it be, then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, don't tell me, tea. Oh ho, so it's to be memories, then, is it? Now there's a bitter draft that'll leave you wanting, assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Take your friend, Tataru. One moment, she's just another girl waiting on customers, clearing tables, and so forth, and the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night, and I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances. Though, to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won em over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventures across Eorzea, told with a flair that'd put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale, am I right? Hells, we've even got one about the man who built this tavern. Was one of the founding fathers of Ishgard, or so it goes. Now, as the Enchiridion told it, besides Haldrath, the only knights who survived the battle with Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Course, these days, we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, But there's more to our tale than just words. There's a sword, too, one which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just about make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame, and chose the life of a humble tavern keeper. It's just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say, friend? Who can say? He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he would listen, regardless, and he would hope.
Okay. We need to go to Camp Cloudtop. Talk to Laniette. I still don't remember how the hell to pronounce her name. It's one of the more like slightly confusing ones, I would say. Yep. On down to her. See what she has to say. Kind of guessing that we're probably going to go around to people in the order that we interacted with them during the quests. So, just going off from what I'm assuming, once we're done with her, I wouldn't be surprised if we're being sent over to... that was the wrong place. Get sent over to Pelican's Nest. At least shortly. We're gonna be
Mistress Majula, I was but this moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you at Sir Imeric's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Halenart and all of Ishgard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy, and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the woman to whom they owe their lives. Ahem. I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war. Though we need no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers, the Venuvanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention.
You too.
I say, old girl. You have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. But enough about that, Honoroid. Ah, yes, my lord. Ahem. Lady Laniat, I am pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Vunda territory, and there observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared an estimate of how much time I believe it will take the Vunda to gather sufficient crystals for another summoning. I have also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such an eventuality, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as a detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. Ahem.
It's Laniat. It's pronounced according to the text-to-speech.
I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware that you were capable of this. With respect, you are wasted on your master. Hardworking, full of potential, I think there is a place for you here, with the Rose Knights, if you would have it.
That you would even consider taking me into your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I should gladly accept. But I am pledged to another, as you well know.
Regrettable, but understandable. I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities.
Pledge to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Saulette's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There'll be no secrets between us, you must tell me everything. Where you've been sneaking off to together, what adventures you've been having, every little detail. And don't you dare leave anything out.
I am sure he will not. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again.
Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Mistress Majula. Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour, and we have so much to talk about. Honoroid? Honoroid?
Well,
for all the ladies' disdain, it was an old, familiar dance. To her, Lord Emanuelin would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment. And perhaps there was comfort in that. A memory of home on the bleak frontier.
and yep, over to Falcon's Nest, where we're probably gonna meet the other brother, I'm assuming. Saying that we met Malin here.
A thousand pardons, Mistress Majula. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception, a feast, perhaps, or at least a formal welcome with the men in full dress. You have more than earned it. One need only look to the pilgrims who come in their droves to pray before the relief to see the truth of that. Some abide in silence, while others shed tears. Not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy, joy at being released from Nidhogg's torment. Sir Redwald. The shipment has been unloaded, and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for.
I was right, he was gonna appear as well. Tutorial.
Mistress Majula, are you here on official business? A journey to remember and reflect. Much has changed since first we came here together. Since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Come, my lord. Mayhap you recall the survivor whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day? Well, his wife but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Well, mayhap I should pay him a visit. Though he would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as count surely leave little enough time as it is. Think not on that. I am still me, and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. This preoccupation with position and power has sown no end of discord between our two houses, to the great detriment of our nation. 'Tis especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved was by virtue of our blood, and not our character. So call me Count, if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day, when I have earned it, I will. But not today. Still himself, is he?
An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he was loath to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. But when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it lead one astray. He would set aside his prejudices and join hands with this gifted
Outcast for the greater good of Ishgard.
Why did it suddenly change voices there? What? That was a bit weird. Okay. Is this Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Lonic Inquisitory? Didn't get the last part. doctrine. That's what it's called. I'm guessing that's because this is where we went. Because Tataru and I'm blanking on his name now. The fuck? Alpha, no, that's what it was called. For some reason I couldn't remember his name. This is where I think they went because they were like said like they were convicted of being or accused at least of being heretics or something like that.
Two foreign heretics against two knights of the Heavens Ward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claims would be proven true. It was the opening gambit of a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time.
That's why we came here, and is it the Hoplon? Because that is where we went afterwards, because he had to go and meet the Archbishop.
You are Mistress Majula, if I am not mistaken? We have met, though I am sure you do not remember. 'Twas a seeming lifetime ago, when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that has come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the Holy Vault, I thought perhaps that you had too. You turned our world upside down. Everything we held dear. For change. For the truth. They say it had to be done, that His grace sought Godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But, to say it, to believe it? I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, miss, and he was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I will remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others. To rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation, then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears a crown.
Okay, now we need to go to Limsa apparently. Well, let's go ahead and do that then. There's no teleports over there.
Shauna. This is most unexpected. Do you have business with the Admiral? A journey of remembrance, you say? Well, far be it from me to deny you. Unannounced or not, I suspect the Admiral would be most displeased if she heard that I had turned you away.
Thank the navigator. I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the Beastman's latest movements. Come, Shauna, tell me of your adventures. The Ishgardians sail in uncharted waters. Though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance, 'twould not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. But with Sir Imeric at the helm, they may yet chart a course for generations to follow. Which is not to say our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that, and Lady Eugery's besides.
She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, its rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would learn. And, in time, she would act.
And then it's off to Ronan Stall, apparently. Talk with the Yeti. I think that was because we were basically tracking someone that they had found, I think. I think it was something like that. I remember certain parts at least of the story, but this is where it gets a little bit foggy for me, to be honest. Yeah, let's wait.
Mistress Shauna? Is Artemis? I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of the shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in freeing General Robin from his captivity.
That's what it was. They had found out where Robin basically gone, and we had to go and save him and everything.
And I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute to the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it is true, and much may never be as it once was. But in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I am reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved.
Okay, then it's the oaths we swear.
Will you be traveling to Ul'dah next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I have prepared a special unguent to aid in General Robin's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have healed. You need only deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it.
Okay, out to Ul'dah. And talk to Swift, apparently. I think, according to like the map, it looked like he was near the Flames headquarters. Yep, that is indeed the case.
Greetings, Shauna. What is that you have there?
Containing a variety of ground herbs and natural oils, the recipe for this traditional medicine has been passed down for generations. Domen Ungent, I think it's pronounced.
Unguent. I was not aware the general required such stuff. And one of our Doman friends made this for him, did she? Very well, I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here, we have just this moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace.
Come on.
So, Commander Swift tells me that you came all this way to deliver unguent? Daily, she says. Ha. Well, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it for her, though. Unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested? I jest, lass. You are on a journey of reflection, are you not? Merlewife said as much. And now you want to relive the moment you pulled me from the pit Ilbert left me in to rot. It shames me to think of it. That I was so blind to his hatred. Lolorito tells me that it was not always so, that Ilbert admitted to him he once believed that I would return to Alamigo at the head of an army. But years passed, and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, for all my wealth, power, and influence, I did naught to better the plight of my people. Not for lack of trying. But Ilbert didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent, that my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget your homeland and chase the Uldon dream, a fine, impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monetarist's expense, and then. Forgive me. The Scions paid the price of my failings. The gods know, I've no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep and duties to discharge. But mark me well, lass, there will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone. And like sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope.
Visit someone up in Dakota's Western Highlands. I know where that is. That is where we met Ysayle. Her name is Iceheart. Basically the girl who helped us find or bring our way to the dragons and everything. AKA the person that essentially just could transform into Shiva. You know, the primal. Just need to make my way up there. And I don't exactly remember where we went after that, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna get sent to the Dravanian Highlands somewhat soon. Would expect. There's the farm.
By the Fury, is that you, Mistress Majula? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this god's forsaken place? Mayhap it is fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We are come to Gorgonia Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them.
Okay.
Wait, wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. For had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion, and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. She considered you a friend. Had things had been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell.
Okay.
Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in a revelation. They would take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right. Cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until their savior told them their efforts would be for naught.
Okay, speak with the guy at the convictory. Is that base of Dragon Slayers down this way? And I think that was because we had to go there in order to figure out how to lure out Iceheart. Or Yazael. I think did with Alphano and Stadion. Where Alphano had to basically go and like find wood, I think it was. Maybe this was where he found wood with the Stadion and then basically learned how to actually gather wood. I can't quite remember, but something along those lines.
Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light herself. She who slew the dread Wyrm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear, if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Wahahaha. Tell me true, for a moment, I had you fooled. Ye gods, as if I could hate the woman who rid us of Nidhogg. Oh, and lest you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. In point of fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Hrisvelgr's brood have grown stronger and our interests in Dravania have begun to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for scythes, or, failing that, pledge them to a more worthy cause.
Okay, and visit Archer Champ in Tailfeather. And then I'm guessing we're probably gonna get sent maybe over to the path. And then maybe over to the dragons. And then probably to the churning mists, I'm going to assume. Mughals and everything.
Something the matter, lass? Nath given you trouble? A journey of remembrance, gods, it feels like only yesterday that Isael turned up in Tailfeather with you in tow. Back into our lives, and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her, 5 years back? In a torpor, out in the forest, all by her lonesome? Well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended to her till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Isael. Just sat there and stared up at the sky, as if the ground held nothing for her. And it didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Now, you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed. Then, one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared. Up and leaves for the gods know where. And that was the last we heard of her, for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak, and they did, from far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it. But I knew. I knew. I think, Shauna, that deep down, most folk want to do right by themselves and by others. And they try, oh how they try. You do, certainly. And so did she.
The legacies we leave.
Apologies. You came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take it the Nath are next? Right, then. If we're to do this properly, you'll need to gather up your incentives, same as before. Case you've forgotten, that's a basket of fresh Xylem tree fruit, a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young Nanksa flesh. Ack. Come on, lass. Surely you can't be that bloody daft? You're more than welcome in their village already. Safe travels.
Okay. I think most of these quests actually aren't gonna make us do anything other than just go and talk to people. That's what it seems like. So this is the Path Storyteller.
Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask of me this eve? Once, we would have had no conception of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain and give words to memory, and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you came to Loth XIV, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, this history you have given us. And when new Vath join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many, they were now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story.
I'm guessing the dust storm that's happening is probably why it's so dark. Like on top of the fact that it's like in the middle of the night here in Eosia. That's probably why it's feeling so dark all of a sudden. Well, time to visit Vidofnir in Annex Shrine.
Friend of Isael, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annex Shrine. What bringeth thee to us this night? There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past. To walk half-remembered paths, and mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word beloved of thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicle the passing of the ages. Naught hath greater power to stir our hearts. 'Twas a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action. A dirge which soundeth no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void. One of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace's rebirth. I shall sing of thee and Isael ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus, the fallen could rise once more. For none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens, and the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again.
Okay, visit Marklin and Mockholm. And I'm guessing we're gonna go to Zenith, most likely after this. And I'm kind of forgetting what we did after that, to be honest.
Well, yank my palm and call me a mole bat. I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Shauna? Not that there's anything wrong with that, Kyopo. Anyway, what are you doing here? Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of your sighting quests. But by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Kyopo? What with your friends visiting, and all. Wait here and I'll fetch them.
Wait, what? Our friends? Oh, you're here.
Full glad am I to see you again, Shauna, and in Moom, of all places.
And I'm assuming that's the... I'm forgetting what his name is, but the Moogle from Twellswood.
Kyopo, it really is you. And just when we were about to leave.
Look up. That's what his name was.
I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours. A final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and a heart at peace. Few would deny that the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow, young Estinine least of all. Upon learning what befell him at Azilla, I confess I thought him lost. But when Master Alphanod told me of your great struggle, and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talent for the impossible.
If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, though I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spite-filled WYRM once it has made its home in one's head.
With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict. For only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chieftain Moglin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Shauna. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Until we meet again, Kyopo. Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is.
Yep, we need to go to Zenith. South of it, I guess I'll just teleport there. Fly there. I don't really remember what we did after this, to be honest. We came here, I believe, talked to Nidhogg, I think. Then I don't remember what we did afterward. Maid camp. It was here that Alphino basically had learned how to gather wood and so on. Did it on his own, which we had to save
The
him.
crackling warmth of Alphanod's campfire. The savory waft of Isael's bubbling stew. The soft snoring of Mogan, asleep on the grass. A cold wind blew that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn. But having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighed down by truths too grim to contemplate.
Is it the Royal Promenade in Ulta? What? So at this point where we basically went and helped Raban used to get why am I forgetting what her name is now? The leader of like Ulta. Wow. Why am I forgetting her name? Damn it, I can't remember her name now. The Lalafell, I wouldn't be surprised if they mentioned it during this, during this part. Was later?
You there. Over here, quickly. He. I should have known you would see through my disguise. But enough talk, we cannot linger here, lest the guards recognize their sultana.
Oh, she snuck out.
As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Have you something on your mind?
It's Nanamo. I couldn't remember her name for some reason. Yeah. Yes, it was here where we basically saved her.
I understand completely.
Woke her.
So much has happened. So much has changed. And all in so short a space of time. Even now, I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing, at least, is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude, for all you have done on my behalf, and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. After I awoke, Papa Shan told me everything. It was a lot to take in. But nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolorito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and, thinking to make amends, offered all of Teleji Adalji's assets, as well as half of his own personal fortune, to the crown. And I accepted. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There is no end to the troubles facing our nation, and no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and it is they who shall be first to receive aid and succor. There is also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, do not protest. It is the truth. Accordingly, I have set aside monies to aid in the Scion's rebuilding, if you would have them.
That would be most welcome. Thank you, Your Grace. Perhaps it would be best if we did not. Let's go with this one, I guess. But it doesn't matter.
I see. I trust you know that I would never presume to atone for my mistakes with money. I only wish to see it put to good use. Assuming you have no objections, I shall pledge the funds to the continued development of Revenant's Toll. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment's respite outside the palace walls. It rather seems as if I have brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return.
Lady Lilira. Lady Lilira. You must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. God, confound it. You lot, search this area. I know she came through here.
On the other hand, it is essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I have not visited the markets in weeks. 'Twould seem a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. Shauna, might I impose on you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those sultans sworn? I leave the choice of subject matter up to you. Take care.
Okay. What do we need to do? Speak with the Sultan's sworn elite.
I beg your pardon, miss, but did you perchance see a young Lalafellan noblewoman pass this way? Are you certain? Oh dear, oh dear. Master Papashan said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious.
Hey. It's time for the triumphs we share.
Wait, I know you. You're Shauna. Shauna Majula. What a stroke of luck. I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman that we seek. But Master Papashan was most explicit about the need for secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. We will find the Sug, we will find the lady on our own. What cruel fate, to lose her father as a child, and be compelled to rule in his stead. And how the years had tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivete. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne.
Okay, so we need to go and visit Lien in Revenant's Toll now. And I think it's around now that we basically went to the... Like, we got help from Sid with making, like, the ship so we could go and kick Nidhogg's ass with the Stadium. I guess we might have to go and do that soon.
There you are, Shauna. Hijri told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took to the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet. I had my suspicions about Wilred's death, that it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks. But I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion. Mayhap too long. Eventually, I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Mamadai. Little did I know that bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbert's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones, along with others still loyal to the Scions, Ryal, Ifimi, Ermus. Quite what they planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn, given time. The fools. Lieutenant Uyuhase bid the Third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilbert moved to carry out General Robin's execution, they were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night. And then it was over. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to, all things considered. Still, there are nights when I lie awake wondering, if I had done things differently, if I had been more careful, or more decisive, what then? But there is naught to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You will see, Shauna. You will see.
I guess we had gone back here because this place was freed from the Crystal
For the freedom
Braves.
of all. It had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal, as the conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again.
Okay, there's a person there called Death Knight, Endurance, and Frostfang. What does is up with some of these names that some people come up with? Like, I'm pretty sure Durant and Frostfang is straight up just like a character from World of Warcraft. Oh, yep, you just go to Scout Steel Manufactory, so I guess it is around now that that whole thing was happening. Where Sid had made the like small flying machine thingies that allows basically get to Nidhogg's little domain. Sit here by any chance?
Why?
Any of the two
Hello there,
others?
Shauna. Fancy meeting you here.
Yep, Wedge is here. And Vegas.
Reminiscing about the glory days, and we spent many a sleepless night hammering away in that corner of ours. How's your monocutter holding up, by the way? That's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts, like, our craftsmanship second to none. Quite right. It will take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down, and that, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field test success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon, the Sky Steel Manufactory will be churning out monocutters by the dozen. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bugger anything up. Apparently, adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even some sky pirates. Just imagining the sea of clouds teeming with our creations fills me with a father's pride. Right, then, that's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutters are up to snuff, or Jesse'll never let us hear the end of it. From now till we finish, there'll be no more breaks, distractions, and not one wink of sleep. Do you hear me? Oh, Inkart Chocobo. Well, we'll leave you to it. Till next time, Ed.
Okay, we're gonna go up to where Estinian was, where we basically entered Nidhogg's
Despite the many
domain.
hardships they had endured, or perhaps because of them, they greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons, they invariably rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems.
It looks like it. Yep. Are in fact going up there. Trency. What was we did after that? I think. Is it after this that we I think that after this is where we maybe we took out the vault. I'm gonna try and see something here. Wrong page I went to. But the vault was the next dungeon, so I'm thinking that we probably went and dealt with the vault. But before we actually dealt with the vault, I believe we actually met Hilda, so we might have to go and meet her, I'm thinking. After this, then maybe the vault, and I believe then we went over to the Sea of Clouds with the Vanu. So I'm guessing we go there, and then maybe after that Right after that, we had to go and... Okay, so I'm thinking we do this, then we probably head back to Ishgard. Then we either go to the vault, or we go over to Uxundu. And then either we go somewhere in the Sea of Clouds, or we immediately start heading over towards, what's that place called again? Isleshire, I think. And maybe we go and see Matoya. Who knows? I think we're ending the whole path that we took. So is this thing gonna be here? Perhaps.
Through tempestuous winds they carved a path, reaching the dread Wyrm sanctum, and there did they put him to the sword. Yet in the wake of hard-fought victory were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers, bequeathed to their sons and passed down through the generations. Old blood enduring in the new, the mark of original sin.
Oh, I guess we just visited here and noticed it. I guess he is also like gone for the time being. I was right. Is it Hilda? And then I think this is part of where I start remembering more stuff, including because I basically listened to my friends after all speak about this stuff, because they pretty much just went through all of this like over the last 2 days.
We've all got hot.
Wrong person. Oh,
And there she is, at last. Gibberlin said you were wandering all over, reminiscing about days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. It's not like I don't understand, though. Some days, I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us, though I know it's a bit different from what you've been through.
Puts me in mind of the first time I saw her and her friends up near the Etherite, being shown around by that House Fordham's man.
Oh? You never told me you'd met before.
It weren't so much a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off paying a visit to the broom, it stuck in my craw. And you've got to admit that Master Alphanod's the spitting image of a snotty little lordling.
A little lordling that went on to fight 2 Knights of the Heavens Ward with Shauna here in a trial by combat, not to mention help and retake the vault from the True Brothers. Fury have mercy, it feels like a bleedin' lifetime ago, don't it?
'Cause it was. What we've got now's nothing like what came before. It's a bleedin' rebirth is what it is.
Cold comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this piece is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meanin' we've got to work twice as hard to make the broom a better place. And no more harassin' blue bloods neither.
A world apart from the opulence of the pillars, they had toiled, shrouded in the haze of the broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table.
okay, we don't go to the vault because that's, I guess, that was mixed in with the part there. So Uxundu. And then I'm guessing either we go to somewhere to reminisce about Bismarck, what's the name of the whale? Either that, or we don't have to do that. Maybe that's just including this. But then I'm guessing we most likely head over towards Isleshire. Wait. Actually, now that I think about it, I think this was a Actually, I think after Bismarck was when we... Because we didn't... The reason we went to Idleshire was because we had to find Matoya. We learned from Yastola that we need to basically go and find. Because we basically had to, like, make that spear thing, and the only person we knew could do that was Yastola. Or at least that we knew of. Yastola, and we just had to go and rescue her. So it's probably something related to Yastola. I don't know what it could be. It could be maybe Tataru. Maybe it's her sister. Maybe it could be maybe her sister. Could also be someone else. I just don't really know who could be exactly. Then I'm guessing after the part about Yastola, then we're probably gonna head over to Idleshire, then maybe Matoya, and then maybe to Esisla. And then I have no idea what we would do after that. Maybe go and see Emmerich. Who knows?
Ho, clouds part, and let shine brilliant sun upon Lonavanuk. Great Netherling warrior returns to Okezundu, and on pilgrimage of remembrance. Well, well. Know that we will always be grateful to you for your victory over the ravenous white. No longer need we fear for the safety of our smallest islands.
Alright, so the Bismarck part is included in this. Alright.
But Lonavenu is not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when she saves us from certain death at the hands of the Black Ones, distant memory though it is. Yes. Her many deeds are the stuff of legends. We shall remember the stories, and the hero's name, Shauna Majula, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. An earnest, good-natured people, they had borne witness to the rage of their beloved God's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of kind travelers were they duly delivered from its wrath, the mad God's death signaling the birth of a new hero.
Yep, we are going and visiting the Solar Sister. Imitra, I think it's pronounced. I honestly can't remember how it's supposed to be pronounced, because that's like a mix of words that or letters that I don't exactly know how to really pronounce, to be honest. I think the Y part is easy enough. It's just more the MHITRA. That's more like how do I pronounce that first part? Theater. Yeah, guess we're just visiting her, and then I'm assuming we're basically gonna get sent over to Idleshire. Also, let me just quickly.
You've accomplished enough. Your accrued achieved certificates may be
Oh, I got 22 of those achievement certificates. Damn. Let me just quickly check some stuff here. What things have I acquired and which things am I still missing? Okay, so I'm missing a Wind Up Odin, Wind Up Leader, Minion of Light, Black Chocobo Chick, Wind Up Cursor, and Beady Eye. Because it has been a while since I last visited this guy after all. There's just a bunch more, I guess. We also got a bunch of the ones from the different beast tribes. That's the Odin one, that's the Wind Up Leader. I'm guessing it summons the one that you're, like the one depending on your friend company. There's the cursor, which is just kind of strange. And the Minion of Light. I'm curious now. Yep, I think it changes depending on what class or your role action is. Let's switch over to healer, or maybe it's just random. Yes, it is just random. I thought it was maybe like dependent on your specific role, since there's, I think this is probably like the one that's supposed to be like tank, then there's healer, and then there's light mage. Like white mage, black mage. It makes sense. Anyway.
Well met, Shauna. What brings you here this day? Indeed. Though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Stella from the life stream. How quickly we begin to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add that I have rarely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient Allagan technologies, primals, Asians, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet while I understand her desire not to burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own ether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. She never told you, then? But of course not. 'Twould rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see that she does not.
Okay, so I guess it's here we actually, or our character especially, learns that, hey, yeah, Stola is blind. Although we are kind of told as players, like, through a conversation between Stola and Batoya.
Regrettably, she is wont to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet given your shared experiences, mayhap she will be more willing to heed your warnings.
Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she had chosen. Should the worst come to the worst, Stella would do what needed to be done, pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry.
Okay, and yep, Isleshire, slow fix. There's slow fix.
Chko. Why must governing Great Gabi Nation be so difficult? Like herding co-earls. Stupid co-earls with muchly differing views on glorious nation's future direction. Yes, yes, Slowfix knows he is letting emotions run wild. Uplander is welcome voice of reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Idleshire, yes. So much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gobby flock thieves? But Slowfix saw way to mutual understanding. Citizenship in society, first step in strengthening communal ties. Gives all vested interest in continued prosperity of egalitarian utopia.
Okay. Is this disarmed? That's what starts, I think, the Alexander raids. Let's pick a bunch that just seems to give some here, I guess. But the one we are interested in is the burden sweep
For
bear.
the final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action.
Oh, okay, so that's probably why, basically, as I said earlier, Cornwall had done this quest. And I had basically looked, to be honest, on the wiki and kind of knew where it was just based off like what the objective said, but he had no idea, and that's mainly because of the fact that he had just straight up skipped the cutscene that showed you where you were supposed to go. So yeah, I know where to go. Burn Sweet Bear. So, if I'm not mistaken, or at least what I'm assuming we're gonna have to do is go to Matoya, maybe go to Asisla, maybe go all the way to that like research facility thing where we had the last dungeon, and then I think we're basically gonna get the last part where it's like, hey, here's just a hint towards where we need to go.
Shko. And now, Slowfix bids Uplander fulfill civic duty as citizen of Idleshire with handlending of great import. In caves south of settlement lives old crone, wielder of powerful magics used to crafty make frogmen that chase away curious gobies. Uplander has made many busy deals with old crone, yes. Then Uplander can appeal to crone's better nature and make her call off frogman harriers.
Okay. Yep, need to go and see Matoya. So, off to that place, I guess. I'm curious. Both of them are online, actually. Yeah, one of them actually just went online. One of my friends. Okay, so... let's head on down to Matoya. Gotta say, the music in this game is so fucking good sometimes. Actually, I unlocked a, I think it was just one new song yesterday. Basically, it's a song called Oblivion that you get from, you basically get the tattered scroll from, what's it called again? The, I think it's Extreme. Maybe it's Extreme. It's like at least the Shiva fight. I think it's maybe Extreme. I actually don't remember now. Just quickly try and search that up. Create a copy of Oblivion. Yep, you only get that from the XIV Amphitheater Extreme. But thankfully it's possible to buy it for like 1 kill. That scroll on the market board, at least I was able to. And I could craft it, so I crafted it basically for me and Junjun, since he really likes that song. So I just did that. I don't remember.
Should you choose to undertake this quest, you will receive no guidance.
Oh yeah, that's one, or those 3 quests rather. I should do those at some point, because those sound interesting, just quests where you don't get any sort of help. After Matoya.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I'm well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends. So, out with it?
Yeah, after Matoya, I'm pretty sure it's Azizla. I'm guessing, or maybe it's Sid we need to visit and then Azizla. Maybe back to Ishgard.
Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor, defenseless scouts without the slightest provocation? Ha! The little buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my porogos return the favor. But you can tell them from me that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants one limb at a time. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand girl for those dirty little scroungers. Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. The same goes for that boy, complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happened to Minfilia. What matters is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices, and you do what needs to be done. That's it? That's the attitude you came here with the first time, when you wanted to find a way to get to Azilla, and you would do well to remember it. Right, then. I think you've wasted quite enough of my time. It's bad enough that I have to suffer Stella's unannounced visits, I don't need you making a habit of it too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential, all indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice.
Is it Helix in the Helix, or is it Helix in Azizla? Where I'm assuming we are going to reflect on Ysael, I'm guessing, and then maybe we have to go up to the flagship. Perhaps, I'm assuming that might be the case at least. I say the skybox here is actually kind of beautiful with the clouds and the yellowish green colored sky, at least out in that direction. Out there it's less nice to look at, but this way it actually isn't that bad. Like there was just like a poster where there was just airship to Ishgard.
Spy something on the ground at the landing's edge.
Okay. Yeah, like how there's just like airship to Ishgard, just like a small post there. Blue bouquet. Is that perhaps something that Alphino left here for sale?
A bouquet of fresh Nymaya lilies lies at your feet. An offering for the departed. A thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship. A crimson star shower amidst the impassive clouds. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds.
Oh, we have to go and visit Tiamat. Didn't expect to go and visit her, but I guess she was kind of a big part of this as well. That was where we like broke Midgar Somar's seal on us, or his seal on our connection to Heidelin. There, Tiamat.
Child of man, chosen of Hydaelyn, naught remaineth for thee here save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own? Then, he whom I saw was but my dead brother's rancor clad in mortal flesh? And thou didst deliver him unto death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child. 'Tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal. My beloved's passing, and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg. Consumed by love, twisted by rage, I too sought vengeance without end.
Midgar.
Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Through millennia have I watched as time did that which I could not. As the men of Alec perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins in solitude. What folly to despise man his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Ascian reed. Then look thou on him again with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboureth to rise above his nature, how he and Hrisvelgr's brood now raise their voices in a shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alec unto its reward, so too will it prove this peace true or fleeting, as I remain here, apart, and watch. Chosen of Hydaelyn, it is well that thou camest unto me in contemplation. But the road stretcheth ever on, and thy battle is not yet won. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps, this time, they would learn and remember. But her part in the tale had ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption.
Yep. Is it the Etherochemical Research Facility? That's how it's pronounced. I need to go this way. So head over to where the dungeon trial is. Also, those are some interesting statues that I didn't notice before. Sort of angelic in a way, depictions. Well, angelic and demonic, like this is kind of demonic in a way. This is slightly more, at least in terms of the wings, angelic, but still in a weird way not. And this one is kind of, I don't know, it's like more angelic with like the part here, the maybe wing, could also be like flame, I don't know, and then slightly more, I don't know, maybe slightly angelic-esque get there, and then there's like angelic sort of wings there.
The undying ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then the knights too succumbed, loyal to the last to a cause long lost. His body growing light, the archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate, and knew not what he saw. And then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes. Thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men, Estanine took the accursed baubles in his own and was duly bent to their will, if only for a time. At a friend's behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so, after their triumphant homecoming and all the pomp and circumstance, there was but one way it could end.
Pay respects to a friend. Unable to open map at this time. Now, my logic for how you could basically figure this out is there is one character that it would make sense to pay respects to, that we would consider a friend, that hasn't been part of the story or part of this quest line so far. And we can find him in the Central Highlands. Up to the north. Specifically right up here, if I'm not mistaken. Because I believe that is the exact location. Orchifont's grave. Find location we appear in it during the quest. Huh. We'll also show up here. Didn't realize that. Maybe if you actually stay here, some different people show up throughout the quest, or when you just stand here, I'm thinking. Burdens we bear. We get Orchifont as an emote.
You have learned the emote Orchifant.
Oh, and that's even a New Game Plus thing though. Didn't even know that. Nice. I'm assuming side stories. Yep, additional stories. Tales, Dragon Song Wars. That's fucking nice that that's actually a New Game Plus one. I guess it's because it's like has some decent lore significance and everything. And on the road again, we also earned. Doesn't give a title, but still nice. And we got the emote Orchifont, which I'm assuming is just like the emote we did there at the end, where it's like the arms up and then clenched fist a little bit downward, just the one that he would often do. Oh yeah. That is going on my hotbar. The only reason I have Sun Drop Dance is because I need to use that for some of the Vanu quests now. But yeah, I guess that can go maybe down there. Nice. Oh, that's that part of the things that I want to do done. was just that the next thing that I was thinking of maybe doing, I don't have the time to basically do that. There's not enough time for that. I was basically thinking that maybe I would go to Limsa and start on the Moogle delivery thing. If I can quickly try and figure this out here. Basically just trying to search for like stuff here. Search for Moogle mailer, does that... nope, that is not the one. Okay, let's try Google. Okay, so delivery Moogle quests. That is from like Born, so let's see. Oh god, there's a lot. Fuck. Okay, yeah, we cannot do that. There's way too much stuff during that. Like we've done, I think the first quest in that line of quests, which should be. I just quickly put this over here so I can figure out what it's called. Let's see. Side quest, side stories. At least it should be there. IMSA maybe? It's a quest called of Errant Ebitless or something like that. It's Mordona. Daily Moogle quest. Yep, we've done the first part of it. And if I look here, there is... I'm just gonna have to like quickly count all of these. There is 24 quests that I would have to do. And yeah, oh, yeah, that's gonna have to wait until a different day, because just looking at that, the next one in that list, or in that series, is called Adept Unpaid. There is several tasks that I would have to basically go around and do just for like one of them. There's like, how many is this? There's 10 steps basically to that quest in order for that one to be done. And it's kind of the same, it seems, with some of these others. That they all seem to have like at least 4 steps or more. And they're like kind of all over the place, where I have to like go to, for example, Gridania, then Lonacy. Blanosia, and probably Thunderland and all sorts of things. I do get a few things along the way that could be interesting, like there's I basically get a bunch of food. It's not gonna be as good as the food that I can make now, but still. I get like shards and crystals as well. I also get a minion and one of those tickets that allow me to get a free makeover. And then there's this thing is And that. Okay, so the main three things that I can see that might be interesting is you can get some pants that are called Star Spangled Suppligar, which kind of just looks like underwear, essentially. And they're apparently some gathering gear, I guess. You can get a carnation, which you can just buy normally, or get from harvesting. And then there's also, for the very last reward, you get a post-Moogle cap, which is just a hat. But that's gonna have to wait until a different day. For me to do that, because that's at least, like, that stuff is at least gonna take, like, assuming 2 hours to get through. This is like, what, 24 quests I had to do? At least I think that was that amount. Yep, 24 quests. That's not gonna be something I'm doing right now, since I am planning on ending this stream in around like 30 minutes-ish. Yeah. What to do? What to do? Or rather, what could I do? I guess if I wanted to, I could try and get another spell for Blue Mage, since that's the wrong button. I could go ahead and try to do Talkust Talk a few more times, since I know I can solo that one on Blue Mage without too much trouble. I do kind of want to go and get in Etheric Mimicry on a DPS, possible. But yeah, that's a possibility, something I could do. I've done like it a few times on Blue Mage, but I haven't been able to actually win it correctly. That is a part. Click. And you know what, let's just set up on this roof. So, unrestricted party. Talk. That. Let's see if I can do this one without fucking up. Because there's a spell from this trial that I can get that is very good. Okay, buff up. That around and
dance to the song of ringing steel.
for the most part, it's just spam attacks. Occasionally heal.
Furious as a blaze.
And a bit of just move out of the way. I believe that is the AoE one.
Perish.
And balance. Part of that. Slaughter, let's see, he's facing that direction. It should be like go over here. Without getting hit. Leap.
I am invincible.
Or not, I guess it should actually have gone behind him.
Bleed. Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war!
Should I kill these? Prepare thyself. Rejoice in the That
cry of combat.
should barely take any damage. Yep.
Unyielding of the earth.
There's Serpanaka, I think it's pronounced. And that is basically the spell that I want. Yeah, this is one that I can't avoid now that I think about it.
For before me. Feel my blades. Perish.
Slaughter, so behind.
I am invincible. Bleed. Wilt thou yield?
Oh yeah, now we're at this part where it just starts getting annoying. He's starting to just an attack that pushes me. Okay, he's dead. And I didn't get the spell. Damn it. Takes around 7 minutes for me to kill him. Could maybe go faster actually if I had maybe a bigger group, but I'm not sure. At least if I had some more blue mages, it would definitely be easier. But, yeah. Oh, might as well try again. I think I have enough time to try like 2 more times. I think I've defeated him like 3 or 4 times now in total.
Dance to the song of ringing steel. Furious as a blaze.
Just gonna wait for him. See, he's doing that.
Perish. Bleed. Feel my blades. I am invincible. Bleed. Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war!
Wonder if the transfers actually work better. If that might actually be better to watch them since I don't need to specifically target them. I need to heal up.
Prepare thyself! Rejoice in the glory of combat! unyielding as the earth.
Make sure that I avoid those orths. Go. Getting to put up Song of Torment. This can also give me Hyper Breath. Just a little bit extra damage.
Before me.
Okay, only got one vulnerability this time.
Thou yield.
Almost dead. On. Damn it. Good. 644 actually. I think that's maybe the fastest I've done it. Okay, might as well try one more time. Just to see if I can maybe get that goddamn spell, because that is apparently one that is really good when it comes to damage output. Especially because the attack apparently buffs itself every time you use it. And you can use it like, I think it's 3 or 4 times in a row. But if you do anything else other than casting the attack, it basically ends itself. Also, well, it's that kind of weather. Smoke. Oh. Is it gonna add total, even though I don't know if that's actually gonna be useful or not.
Dance to the song of ringing steel. Fury my place.
So might as well just try and get hyper friend. Yep. Yes.
I am invincible. Bleed. Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war! Ah!
Stop that, please.
Prepare thyself! Rejoice in the glory of combat! Unyielding of the earth!
I should probably be attacking during this. Kind of forgot about that.
For before me!
Completely forgot that I should probably be attacking.
Finish!
That was a notification I got. I'll probably just check what it is after this.
Thou hast bested me.
Come on. Still haven't learned it. Damn it. This done this one so many times now and I still haven't learned the goddamn spell. Damn it. Curious, is it possible to even see how many times you've cleared a third one? Makes me curious about that. Apparently it doesn't seem like that's actually a thing. Oh well. Also, let me just quickly check Discord. Where was it that I got it? Ah, it's probably one of those two channels. Ah. Okay. Well. These I got two of the things that I want done during this stream. Could probably have been a little bit more stuff that I could have done if I didn't end up wasting 2 hours of this. One of them on just sleeping and another one on basically getting ready for the stream. Like doing some brunch-esque stuff. But yeah. At least I got this Veterinarian Onion that I wanted, and that questline done, and I got the I guess you can call it sort of the blank we blank questline, or just the Tale of the Dragonsong Wars. That is a like it's not a lot of stuff happens in it, but it's a good thing, good one to like just reminiscing of what has happened during it, because a lot of stuff happened during Heaven's Ward, to be honest. And I'm also back to 1 million gil again. Nice. Anyway, I think I'll just probably go ahead and finish up the stream here, so let's go and see if I can find someone to raid, perhaps. Let's see. Open up Twitch, and who that I follow are currently streaming. There's only one. Only one person that I follow is actually streaming right now. Ah. I wonder, can I maybe really quickly find someone over on Twitter that has posted about them streaming now as well? Let's see. Just trying to find someone that I follow who has, like, that I follow over on Twitter, who has posted about them going live. Can I find someone? Okay, there's someone who's apparently debuting today, but I think that's a bit later. That's like 8:30 p.m. EST showed up, and that is several hours from now. That's like 2:30 in the evening for me, and it's currently, or in tomorrow morning, essentially, and it's currently only 6 in the evening for me. So yeah, those are not possible to host or raid right now. That's unfortunate. Can I find someone, perhaps? I'm not really seeing too many that has actually gone live right now. For that matter, any so far that I follow. Come on, then there's just me at least one, please. I'm now down to that, like people who have basically posted things like, I don't know, maybe an hour ago or something. It's more like 30 minutes from what I can see. Why is there no one that, like, I'm following over like 1,000 people at this point over on Twitter. How is there none that are currently streaming? It is also possible that I just completely missed some, but I feel like I should have seen some of them. It is also possible that I'm just following way too many people on here that are like Americans, so they stream like way later than I do. I have been scrolling for so goddamn long now, and I'm still not really seeing anything. Alright, let's try and jump up again and see if there's anything with the news tweets that have come in. Maybe there's something? I can't seem to find anyone to raid, basically. Hey there, Junjun. I'm currently trying to see if I can find anyone to raid, since over on Twitter, I don't really have anyone that I could raid, that I follow, and yeah, I can't really find anyone on Twitter that has started streaming recently that I follow, so I think I'll just not end up raiding anyone, because I'm about to end the stream, since it's now 6 o'clock. I need to get some dinner. Remember of the Otaku SE now? I know, I saw it earlier. Ow, I opened up my friend list and saw you do know that you can see like you can see what FC a person is in by simply opening your friend list. And I just saw that, oh, Kurosaki is online. Oh, they're part of Otaku. Or the Otaku Club, as it's actually called. I can see that the recruitment is closed, though. It wouldn't have to be one that your neighbor is part of, is it? Or did you just randomly find them? Gave you free stuff? Why? Also, what stuff exactly did they give you? Because 2 emotes and a mount. Ah, that might have been stuff from the firmament. Because there's a mount there that's really easy to get, and you can also just buy some emotes from the firmament. After all, what emotes were they specifically? And what was the mount? You describe it. Apple. Okay, I think the Apple one isn't, or maybe that one is bought. I don't actually remember. Antelope, yeah. Antelope you can basically just buy, or you can be lucky and get it from the feedy events that can happen there. But yeah, the Antelope is definitely a pretty common one, I think, since it's not extremely cheap. Or, or rather, it's not extremely expensive or so on. It's a big house. Is it? Hold on, I'm just gonna... Oh yeah, they have a large house in Shirogane. Nice. And what was that? Ward 23, plot 7. Nice. Show me after. I mean, I can just teleport to it. I can literally just right click on you and teleport to your free state. After all. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and end the stream now then. Can't rate anyone since I don't really have anyone that I can rate right now that I follow, either on Twitter or on Twitch. Technically there is on Twitch, but that person is doing like, I think, Endwalker stuff, so I don't really want to rate them, since there might be potential spoilers for Endwalker stuff. And since we're only in Evan's Ward, I'm not gonna rate anyone who has basically passed that stuff. Just in case anyone who is watching the stream hasn't gone further than that, and because I don't want to spoil myself accidentally by suddenly popping in and just being like, oh, they're in the middle of something where there's huge spoilers for stuff later on, because I don't want to do that. And I think I actually had a person show up in my stream, like, as I was finishing up Heaven's Ward's, like, the last quest there, and I basically just told them, because they said, oh yeah, I'm at some point in, like, around the board, I basically just stop doing stuff and just like, unless you want to get spoiled, I would suggest leaving now. Like, I essentially like suggested to a viewer that they leave my stream simply because I didn't want to accidentally spoil them in case they cared about spoilers. Which I guess isn't really does make sense as a Twitch streamer, but I don't want to accidentally ruin their like experience with the game story, since I personally feel like the game story is really fucking good. But yeah, I should probably stop talking so I don't end up talking for like 30 minutes past the end of the stream. But yeah, would have liked those like 2 extra hours to actually stream, but slept too long and had to get ready, so yeah. Anyway, let's see. Next stream should, unless things prevent me from doing it, should be tomorrow with some more Yakuza 0. I'm basically just planning on trying to finish up the Real Estate Royale, since we are currently almost done with that. I think we were at like 72%, I think, shares that we own in Media King's area. We just need to get to 90, and then we can finish up dealing with him. And then we might have some extra stuff we need to do. I don't know what it is exactly. But yeah, we're almost done with that whole thing for Kiryu, so that's gonna be what I basically focus on tomorrow. Plus maybe while we're waiting for things to finish up, like getting money so we can buy more things and upgrade and so on and so forth, I'll probably see if I can just find some random sub-stories that I can do. Or maybe just see if I can get some more CP. Who knows? Yeah. I guess I'll just go ahead and end the stream here. So I guess I'll see you guys possibly tomorrow. And if not, then probably Wednesday then for some more Yakuza. I don't know what I'm gonna do that stream though, because I don't know what we like need to do more Real Estate Royale, or if I've started something during tomorrow's stream. I don't know. But yeah, I guess we'll see about that. Anyway, I guess until next time, guys, I'll see ya.